Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I am going to be continuing on the Nocturne Zoo and hopefully getting some more stuff installed instead of spending the entire stream placing rocks again. So, I'm very ambitious today. Very, very ambitious. And I'm going to start with this, which is pretty much exactly where I left off last week. I have this lovely spot here, which is just the right size for an animal, supposedly. But I need to build the enclosure for this animal and somehow get a staff door in here, which is going to be its own little bit of special. So I think I might actually start with putting in a little staff path, because I do really like to have them use not the guest path to enter and exit. So let's pull up the staff path. How close can I? Ooh, pretty darn close. Okay, so if I put this here, and then I can send it over here, like this. And I can't get very close to the railway tracks here, which is a pity, but that should be enough. So I have this little staff path here, and I will connect the gate, which I just blanked on there for a moment. Now we need an enclosure. I probably need to reveal what animal I am planning on here. So this is the easiest way. I'm putting in tapirs. And I chose the Baird's tapirs because I just like the black and white, okay? The reason that I'm doing this is that I realize that this particular enclosure is also touched by the water heater that I used for the crocodiles. And the water would be just the perfect temperature for the tapirs as well as for the crocodiles. So that was just, it was calling to me. It said put tapirs here. I'd like to put in 2 tapirs. And we need a fence of 3.3 feet. I kind of hate that the encyclopedia, the Zoopedia, has it in feet, whereas all of my measurements are in meters. But pet peeves, I've got them. So what I want is architecture walls. And we need something Central American-ish, but that isn't super, super bright. Like, I do like the Australia walls, but I find them to be quite bright, even in a low light situation like this. And I think for this zoo, they're not quite the right design. So I could go with the bamboo, which is also rather bright, but not in the same way as the Australian walls. There's also the painted bamboo, which can be changed colors. Whatever color it's painted will still be a fairly bright shade of whatever that is, but can be worked with. So It's a pity that the frames are on the grid rather than being flex. I would prefer to use these if I could, but I don't think I can get away with it. Like, yes, I can make bespoke walls, but oh well. Let's see, we have the breeze block, which is basically cinder block. I know there's actually a cinder block wall, but this is cinder block to me. There's the red brick, which we're just going to skip. I know it's not the right thing. Chipboard is not what we are building an enclosure out of. We have the concrete, which is a little boring. Flexicolor, but a little boring. We have the conservation walls, which do have a nice texture, it must be said. There's the corrugated iron, which I don't think is going to be quite right for this, even if it is Flexicolor, which it is. The dry stone, probably not. Let's see, what else okay, that's European bridge. We have European rustic stone, also recolorable. A bit more that I'm looking for these tapirs. The glass walls, which, no. We have the wooden plank wall, which has pretty much the same problem as the Australian wall. Little bright for this zoo. Ice block wall, very inappropriate for the tapirs. Admittedly, a very nice shade of blue in this light. We have Indian brick, we have Indonesian stained timber. None of these are something that I can really build an enclosure out of easily. There is the Indonesian temple brick, which is not quite what I'm looking for here. There's limestone, also Flexicolor, a little boring. There's the log wall, which is very tempting. The metal clad wall, which, no. Metal plank wall, same problem. The mud walls I just used and I don't want to use again so close. Let's see, what else have we got here? We have the Oceanian woven bark wall. Very pretty. Maybe not good, maybe not for the tapirs though. We have the painted brick, which, I would prefer to use the Indonesian brick if it comes down to it, because that one has more color variation within it. It's much more customizable. This is just a solid. Same with the plaster walls. They're just solid. We have the sandstone, which I should really be using. I don't think the sandstone is quite the right thing for here. We have the snow blocks, which are way too bright. Entirely too bright. We have the stained wood, which is extremely tempting. I think I would like to go with a wood wall. I would like to go with a wood wall. Stone brick. These are the South American temple walls. I find that these big bricks, they make nice buildings, but they don't make nice enclosures in my mind. The Twilight Mason work, also very recolorable, but I am kind of attached to the idea of having wood enclosure. This is a little dark. Walk through exhibit netting panel. Okay, sure. More wood, more wood. The wooden plank, which is basically a fence. It's great as a fence. I don't know that I can make it work as an enclosure, though. So I think it's the log wall or it's the stained wood wall. And come to think of it, I haven't used the log wall anywhere. Let's use the log wall. Let's see. Even though I said I didn't want to, I think I am in fact going to okay, I'm gonna put this here like this. I'm going to take the grid size down to 1 meter so that I can do fancy things like that. Here and here. Not here. There needs to be some other solution there. Not the 2 meter. Okay, the 1 meter. Like that. Then the 2 meter. Yeah, like this. And here's me wishing again that I could put if I could put grid pieces on the diagonal, think how powerful I would be. Okay, this goes here. Ghostface, good evening. Hello. I am building an enclosure for Baird's tapirs right here in this spot on my zoo. There's a nice little zone up against the river here that should be just about the right size for them. The main trick is, you know, getting everything built to my satisfaction. That's awfully close to the train tracks. Let's pull that back just a little. Like that. And we'll put these in here. Love tapirs. Oh yeah. Well, this zoo it's a very special zoo in that it only has nocturnal animals in it. And tapirs happen to be nocturnal. I don't know how I want to put this. The main problem with the logs is that they don't corner pretty. Well, they're on the outside, so I guess I'll put it on the outside just for consistency. Oh, that's interesting. The ground, okay, the ground is, I've forgotten it did that. Okay. How do I compensate for this? I think I use a 1 meter. Like that. Put a window on top. Oh, that's right. I turned off auto stacking. I've made things difficult for myself. Let's turn the auto stacking back on again before I forget. We'll do like this. And then this back wall, I think I'd like to do this as flat as possible, all things considered. Oh dear, what did I do here? Hold on a moment. Oh. Well, I misplaced those. Let's put that back in line. Consistency. It's what's going to save my hide later. Does Planet Zoo have kiwis? Because that would be a great... Oh! It's funny you should mention that. Let's just leave this enclosure. Past my bat cave here, we have this lovely enclosure right here that is extremely popular. And kiwis! If I'm remembering correctly, the kiwis were actually the second animal to go into this zoo. The first ones were the grizzly bears at the request of my partner, but I believe the kiwis were the second. And we actually have a viewing dome in here so that people can actually come into the enclosure to look at the kiwis. And we also have a viewing window for the train to look into the kiwi habitat as well. Kiwis are one of my favorite flightless birds. Ah, I see, I see. Well, not only are they nocturnal birds, but they're pretty much the only nocturnal birds available in the game. So of course I had to put them in, right? So the zoo right now, it has the lovely kiwis with their adorable animations. Yeah. Over here, past my sculpture, we have the grizzly bears in their habitat, wherever they are. They spend a lot of time in the cave that I built for them. There they are. So these two were the first ones to go into the zoo because my partner requested that the grizzly bears be the first animals to join us. And then we have the train tunnel, and on the other side of the train tunnel we have the bats. These are flying foxes because I am foxwine. And whoop. We have over here, we have the badgers in the enclosure that fought me every step of the way. Grizzly bears are really cool and are made in North American Park, and they were first edition. Ah, excellent choice. Excellent choice. And then the most recent animals to join the zoo. Over here, we have the saltwater crocodiles. Don't you grunt at me. I had to build things specially for your gigantic ass. So the saltwater crocodiles came in here. And I had a private nightmare building their enclosure, but it's done now. It's made. And the crocodiles are very happy. And of course I did build the entire bat cave from scratch here. And the food court over there. Over here we have the arachnid house, which is, it's very crowded and popular because there is every spider, tarantula, and scorpion in the game in here. In various places. Oh, and there's a tour going through right now. So we have all of the arachnids in this lovely house that I built for them. Salties! Oh my god, my favorite animal in the game. Oh, cool! My favorite animal isn't in this zoo yet and probably won't be for a long time because it goes over on the side of the zoo I'm not working on. It goes over there. But I also built this train station. Possibly the best train station that I have built yet in the game. Quite proud of that one. It's not just the exterior, I also did a really nice job on the interior. It looks real nice in here. And as you can see, the train is extremely... Whoop! Oh, just went straight through that guy's nose. The train is extremely popular, so I must have done something right. But also, I see that I have not put a Hats Fantastic into my zoo yet. Or if I have, it's being under-visited. Look at all these naked-headed people. So yes, I am slowly working my way outward from the entrance, which is this castle back here, as is my wont when building a zoo. I had gotten a little sidetracked from the building outward thing, so we're kind of over here. As you can see, I have several enclosures laid out, like as a plan of where various animals are going to go, but I haven't actually got them in yet. So, the extremely observant will notice the notes that I left for myself, so that I would remember which animals go where. But I am deliberately trying to skim past them as fast as possible. Because I don't want people to know all of my plans right away. I see that I have caused myself a problem here already. Let's see if I can rectify this. Group edit mode. What if I just went around that? Yeah, if I just make that a solid wall. And just deleted that one lantern, I think we'll be pretty good. Oh, forgot to take the grid size back down to 1. Oh, right. 1 is a difficult number to work with. Hold on a moment. We're gonna go back 2. Like that. Then this goes here. these go here. This right here is a solid wall. And then don't want to get too close to the river edge. It's going because that would make it actually very difficult later. Okay, this is not going to be a straight line. Blasted thing insisted upon going 1 meter off. That's going to be fun. The building in the game can be really clunky sometimes. I'm impressed how well built. Oh, thank you. I have been learning how to build my park effectively for a while now. Let's see, if I put this here, like that, then I can do a little diagonal there and hopefully not go squirrely. Okay, and then a 1 meter goes on top of all of those to keep things even. I prefer it when they're even. So it goes like that. And come on, like this. And then these would also have a 1 meter on top of them. Okay. Now I'm hoping that I can get away with using some wire rather than glass. But I can't remember how shy tapirs are, so I'm going to head back to the Zoopedia. Let's see. Relation with humans is neutral. So I believe I can get away with using mesh, which will make things a little easier for me. So what I'm going to do here, let's see, I need a, oh wait, have I, oh okay, wait, I found him, okay. I want one of these. Neutral means that, yeah, which means that I can get away with having the mesh because the tapirs will be okay if they can see the humans looking at them. Okay, so I'm going to take this piece and put it here. And I'm going to put this piece right next to it. There is method in this madness, I swear. this. Oh, wait, no, I've gone about this the wrong way. I need one of these. And actually, I'm gonna put it, yeah, I'm gonna need this in a bit. I'm probably gonna need more, but for the moment, let's see. I'm thinking the square mesh in this case. It's gonna look real good with the logs. So 2 by 1, no. 4 by 2, yes, I'm gonna need one of those. The only problem with the mesh is actually managing to see the stuff. Well, we'll pop that down there. 2 by 2, 2 by 2. Here we are, 4 by 4. Hopefully I can get away with this inside the window panels, although I may have to tweak a little. I'm gonna leave this the default color, I think, because it's gonna go quite well with the wood. It's gonna be practically invisible but still present, and I think that'll be perfect. So we pop this in here. Make sure that I'm inside. Okay. I am not going to go for realism on this one. I'm just going to make sure that it... Oh. Did I actually get it inside? Yes. I'm just going to make sure that it's inside. Like how I make these habitats look almost exactly like the ones from real zoos. I don't use inspiration directly, but I grew up going to my city's zoo very regularly. It was a big thing for my family, as we actually had a membership. We went almost every week. I spent a lot of my childhood at that zoo. And I just really like zoos. There was a point in my life where I was thinking that I would become a zoo veterinarian. So I just really like zoos. So while I'm not using like direct inspiration, as in this is based off of San Diego Zoo, this is based off of Toronto Zoo, blah blah blah, I'm still like, I know what zoos look like. And I really do like zoos. Okay, let's pop you in here. Make sure you're not poking out anywhere. Like that. Just scooch you straight across. Yeah, I'm really liking how this is looking. I am really liking this. This is working real well for me. And it's also like, with the way that the pathing system is set up in this game, it is way easier to put in your paths and then figure out how to fit your enclosures around those paths than the other way around. Because the pathing system is quite What's the right word? Unfriendly? I'm gonna go with unfriendly. It's difficult is what it is. Oh, this one having a smooth edge on the bottom does look quite weird. Oh well. They'll live with it. They have no choice. Like this. Alright, take this across. And we'll do the train windows. Like that. Planet Zoo is not beginner friendly, the amount of tutorials I had to watch. Oh yeah. I mean, there are tutorials in the game, but they kind of hid them. They're in the career mode. You play the first, I think it's 3 or 4 of the career maps, and it actually gives you a quick tutorial on, you know, how the zoo runs and works. It does not give you a tutorial on the building. But it does tell you like a lot of stuff about the management and how to use the game barriers to do what you want and that sort of thing. But it is regrettably hidden. They don't actually label the suckers as tutorials. And I have to admit, I've seen more than one streamer who has actually gone into there to play those first career maps, don't actually pay attention to the instructions, and then start flailing around trying to figure out what exactly they're supposed to be doing. For me, I've had quite a many hours in this game. And when I say quite a many hours, I mean I have over... Actually, I need to check just to make sure that I'm being accurate. Let me pull up my Steam here. Ah, yes, 688.7 hours as of this moment. Okay, how did this end up being outside the group? How did that happen? Hold on for a moment while I fix things again. I need the 4x2 mesh. And then I need the 1x4 flex. Or I guess, yeah, I'm gonna have to do the 1x2 flex. Okay, I don't know how these ended up being outside the group, but they're going to go away so that they're less confusing. Alright, back to group editing. So, I take this. It's never going to exactly match, which is a sadness to my heart, but we're gonna set it like that. And then duplicate and move. And then from the 1 meter we want to go to the 2 meter, I think. Oh, nope, nope, we do not. Oh man, this is gonna be messy. Okay. So put this here. And then this lines up here, I think. Yes? Yes. And we grab these three things. And yank them out here. And then this. And that way. This way. Have you ever played a game from the Her series? Like Planet Zoo, but with dinosaurs and easy mechan? The name doesn't ring a bell, and the only dinosaur game that I tried was the Jurassic World Evolution, which kept crashing on my computer in a very frustrating way, and so I kind of gave up. So I definitely, I would say that I have not tried the series that you're asking me about there. Ah, okay, yes, I did try Jurassic World Evolution 2. Unfortunately, my computer did not run it. She and the game did not like each other. It crashed constantly. I couldn't even finish the tutorial. I do not really like the way that this is floating in the middle of my wood, but I'm just gonna have to deal with it because that's what I've got. Okay, so now I have this piece which I've set up with the mesh and the wood and all of that. So I should just be able to grab all these pieces and now, as long as I don't adjust their height, I can just use them. Okay, like this. Wait. I've realized. I need a side. This does not quite match, but it's gonna be the closest that I can get. So it's gonna be more of a pain in the ass, but I think maybe I should double side this just to make matching up easier. Oh man, oh, it's so much bigger. It's so much bigger. Oh dear. Is there a smaller one? I don't care you say you're a log wall log. Oh. Oh no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, they're all just a little too big. How irritating. This other game called Prehistoric Kingdom, kind of like Jurassic World Evolution, put up with paleo-accurate dinosaurs, but it's PC exclusive. Oh, and you only have a PS5, I see. Well, it's what I've got, so I will make it work somehow. But I'd just like to mention for the record that I hate how much bigger than the other logs this log is. And that's just gonna annoy the heck out of me. we grab all of these, make sure we have all the pieces. Like that. And that is lined up to my satisfaction. I think I'm gonna have to go back to the 15 snap because the 30 is gonna be too great for this, I think. So, like this. Now this is what I should have done when I was building the saltwater crocodile enclosure, but I was being a bit, what's the right word? A bit foolish. And instead I decided to build the wall piece by piece and have to adjust everything multiple times. It was a terrible, terrible decision on my part, and one I should never have made, and one which I still regret. Even though I finished the saltwater crocodile enclosure, the amount of pain I caused myself mentally to build that thing is, I regret doing that to me. Yeah, that looks right. And then rotate this just a bit this way. Can I get this to line up? Okay. Now this is why one builds the wall and then moves it. If you're going to build the wall as you go, never turn off angle snap. That is my advice. However, if you have a piece of wall that is completely built, that you're just moving around, like what I'm doing here now, you can get away with turning off angle snap so that you can tweak things into place like this. Ta-da! It does mean that I'm going to have to go back and start over again with my base panel, so to speak, just because I lost my perfect angle doing that one, but this one is still set square to the rest. So I can go back in here, grab these, turn angle snap back on, and then I can do like this. And it lines up perfectly without me having to tweak anything. So that's the start of the advice for my evening, is know when to turn your angle snap on and off again. Okay. I think Yeah. Go like this. And I'm gonna have to turn angle snap back off again. But I have still made things less painful for myself, and that is the important part. Try to do things that don't cause yourself pain. That's the best advice that I can ever give in any game. Like that. Okay, where am I at? This is not a window wall, nor is this. Okay, I may be done with this, but I'm going to leave it just in case I turn out to be wrong. So for the moment, what I want is a 4x2, which I'm just gonna bring in here like this. And I'm going to just tuck this a little bit underground. Then a 2x2 and bring that up even. And that way we have a solid piece that is the appropriate height that I'll leave sitting out here. Now this one, I think I might actually want 30. Let's find out. If I can do this as like one single diagonal panel, that would be very handy. That is too far. Let's turn this back this way a little. Okay, I'm not going to be able to do this as a single angle. Too bad. So sad. Like that, like this. And then we just sort of rotate this until it mostly lines up. It's not going to be perfect. It's never going to be perfect. But what we strive for in this zoo is close enough. Close enough. Not perfect, especially when you look at it from the top, but close enough. Okay. And I'm just gonna do this bit over here where I jogged in for the lamppost because it's gonna be super easy, I hope. Oh, you are not being super easy. You're being a pain in my ass. All right, fine. We'll do you nice and smooth on the outside. And I'll figure out something with the inside. Hopefully I can just move that piece. Yeah, we'll find out. And this goes here. Nice and neat. I might actually leave it that way and claim that it's a design feature. And then I need just the hint of an angle here. Scooch it until it's right, 'cause it will be. Yeah, I'll call that good. And with that, I have an enclosure with mesh windows and wooden walls. And a flat bit to put the keeper gate in. It's a very important feature, by the way. Okay, so get rid of these because I don't need them anymore. And this is going farewell because I was just using it as a measurement. Let me see if I can get a barrier to go all the way around here. This is where having angle snap turned on the barriers is not as much of an advantage. Excuse me? The heck are you trying to do? Okay. Everything is fixable. Just gotta... You lay out the barriers in the gross way, and then you just tweak them until they work. And if you end up outside, you end up outside. But never put your barriers inside. That way lies suffering, pain, and escaping animals when they haven't actually escaped. So like where this wall is passing through the inside, even if it's just a tiny little bit, we're actually going to take it out and pin it to the outside corner. Like, generally speaking, I like to tuck the null barriers inside the walls as much as possible. It looks better to me, and also it allows me to... It allows for very accurate measurements when it comes to the area inside the barrier. Can't always get away with that, unfortunately. But like when the bits where it's curved, I am not going to be able to tuck this inside. At least not with keeping my sanity. And I do like to keep what small pieces of my sanity are left to me inside. So I'm actually just going to run this across like this. It's outside the mesh, so we're good. Here, it's gonna have to go there. And here, this can go here. And I'm going to have to live with that because it's just too jagged through here for me to run the barrier inside the wall, alas. This one's the important one, though, to have in the right place because that allows me to get the keeper door in the perfect spot. So, wooden gate for a wooden wall. It's not going to let me attach it to this path because the game hates pathing and everything to do with it. Really? Really, game? Oh, you're just gonna be like that, huh? It's probably the train tracks that are causing the problem. But now I'm gonna have to figure out where I can have the gate actually attached to the path, so... I'll back the path up to there. Let's grab the wooden gate. Now the question is, if I put this in here like this, is it going to let me connect the path? Or is the barrier going to be too dang close? Interesting. Okay. Let's try taking this and putting it over there. And this can go over here. Very interesting. This is both fascinating and annoying. Oh. Okay, I do need to... Let's take this and put it over there for now. Fascinating. Okay, if I were to put it here... and then move this barrier back here... That path just does not want to connect, does it? And now that I've got the barrier in, I can't put the path back that I had originally drawn. Urgh. Okay, let's try it this way. Oh, really? Okay. hate doing this, but I'm gonna undo the barriers. All that tweaking I did. We may have to start with the gate and then move to the rest, but okay, I see here. All right. Oh, turn off climbing. Good lord. Okay. Group edit. Just gonna put that there. Put that there. Duplicate this. Oh, right. Okay, I know it looks weird. I know it looks weird, but it gives me literal options. Now, if I want this to connect to this path, where do I have to put it? Okay. Like, if I have this gate here, fascinating. I'm gonna have to change my whole structure to make this work, apparently. Okay. Alright, grid size down to 1. Okay. Like this. I have done a series of very interesting things to myself, apparently. Okay, where do I... Oh, here we go. Here's where I have some that are still square. this. I'm going to put it in there like that. There's some more interesting stuff I'm going to have to do along the way, but and this goes like this. And like this, because we're going to be fostering some aesthetics here. Okay, then I need this here. And here's where things get really fun. Alright, which one's the one that I want? The red one. Okay, so then that is flat. So we just slide it in here. And tuck it down. No, I can't tuck it down. It's gonna have to stand up. Like that. Not the most aesthetically pleasing, it must be admitted, but like that. I don't have any that are 1 meter wide, do I? They're all 2s, aren't they? That is very unfortunate. And that's a different color. Well, we're gonna have to do something funky then. This is purely for the aesthetics. There is no other reason. They're not very good aesthetics. And duplicate. In the 1 meter, I think. Oh, what do you mean I can't do all 3 of them at once? That's very irritating. It won't even be inside. That's just really annoying. Alright, I guess I'll have to do each one individually then. That's great. That one and that one. And this one. Now we're all going to pray that I can get this to work now that I've gone through all of this. Because if I can't, heads are going to roll and it's going to be mine. Okay, turn off climbing because that makes my computer run better. And let's get this gate in here. As if I put this sucker in here like this. Why? I don't understand what the problem here is. Interesting. Very annoying, but interesting. Okay. All right. All right. I really should have turned this to null barrier before I started this. Nullify that barrier, please. Thank you. Oh, much better. I can work with this now. As long as I ignore the posts. Okay, let's grab this. Bring it in here. Realize that it's not going to work. Darn it. Okay. This and this need to come this way. Like that. And then if I bring this this way, into there, move that there, so that it's still basically centered. We'll just leave the outside the way it is, because I think actually, what if I were to, oh, okay, that works. Where's my flexi panels? I'm gonna have to do this with 2-meter tiling, and I hate that a lot. But I don't really have much of a choice here. Like, the main problem is that I don't have a piece that is narrower than 2 meters. No matter what I do, I'm working with a 2-meter. So I gotta work around that one way or another. I am lining this up the wrong way. Like this. And like this. Yeah, that's what I'm working with, and I don't like it. But that's what I got. Okay, so then man, how to pull this off? 'Cause this is almost right on this side. Actually, you know what? Okay. Whoop, no, no. Let's bring this in here to this piece of wood. Like this. And then bring that out to the edge of this here. And then on this side, this one comes out to here. I can work with this. This goes over here. And I'm going to leave it for the moment. Okay, this and this. duplicate. And bring up to the top of the wall. And like that. Okay, okay. Then like this. Oh. That has to go. Let's try that again. I think that's right. Well, it's as close to right as we're gonna get. Line that up like that. Doesn't look half bad, honestly. Bring this down to just over the top of the gate like this. Duplicate this over there. Okay. I made this problem even wider, so I would probably be able to put a panel in it now, but I've already got these here, so I'm just going to use them. And I'm going to try not to let it burn. Like that. Like that. Like that. I'm gonna call that good. It's gonna be a little bit more of a pain to be setting up the barriers for this, but let me just take this and fasten it there. And say take this and fasten it there. Then this to there. And from here to there. Trying to recreate what I had before, but literally going backwards. Okay, this needs to come out here so that we're on the outside of the barrier. Continuing on around. In there like that. Here. Oh, come on, stop Stop that. Okay, fine. Go like this. Fasten that there. Adjust. Put this here and attach it there. And come on, adjust. It appears to be inside the wood, so I'm going to be content with that. This, fasten there. Give me that. You go there. Gonna put this out here. This is why I tried to make this back wall flat, just to make it easier. Same with this wall here. I tried to make it flat to make it easier on myself. Like that. And, ooh, didn't notice that before. Gonna have to do something about that. Ooh, and that. Okay. But otherwise, the barriers are not inside the enclosure at all. So we're good with the barriers. Back to the editing. Group edit. I think just to be safe, I'm going to use the 2-meter wall for this. Remember to set my grid back to 1 meter to actually make things easy. Excuse me. Get in there. And like that. That is the wrong spot. Okay. And then I'll just take this and shove it down there. This is going to make putting in the water for the tapirs very interesting. But it'll be fine. The main thing I worry about is this little corner of stone back here. That might be more of a problem than putting in the water. But yes, we have containment! She is contained! Now the main question is whether or not I can fit 2 tapirs in here and still have them be happy. So I'm just gonna name this while I'm here. currently we have 968 meters squared of land contained in here, which is not actually entirely helpful because of the fact that the barriers are outside the barrier. However, if I get 2 tapirs, they only need 56 meters squared of water. And I have more than enough land space to have that and their land requirements. So the main trick is going to be making the water. I want some light soil. And I'm going to try the flatten to terrace tool again, but I'm going to set it a little bit deeper this time. Okay, you know what? This is working much better this time. Like that. And then smooth, smooth, smooth. Oh. I don't think I actually wanted to smooth that edge. Hold on a moment. There. Smooth, 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 smooth. Gonna leave this bit steep, just because. Okay. Intriguing. That's a lot more water than I had pictured. Why is this happening? Like, why does the water want to spread out that far? How much water is that anyway? 394. Way too much. $163, much more sane, but then we have a little bit of an issue with how deep it's sitting. This is very odd. Me and the terrain tools do not entirely get along, so it's still sitting way too large. Like, why does it keep wanting to do that? Let's try... and I do like that, then what sort of water am I dealing with? That's still the same amount of water, it's just in a slightly different shape. Why is this pond insisting upon being so big? Okay, if I put water in here, we're getting very lumpy in here. I will fix it. But first, that's 200 meters. It's still way more than I need, but I'm starting to get it more contained. So we bring this bit up here. And over here. Like, I'm okay with giving them like 100 of water, which is twice what they need, but giving them 4 times what they need is not really on my agenda. So like if I do this, that's 133. I'm gonna try to work with this. This is gonna make it a little bit bigger, I know, but it's not just visibility that is the issue here, it's also traversability. So while I'm okay with this being a little hummocky here and there, and actually I do think I want to pull a hill up here just very carefully. I want a hill like right here. A very gentle hill. Like that. Yeah, I kind of like that. Okay, 138 of hopefully accessible water. We're gonna have to actually get the tapirs in here to be certain about that though, so that is the next step. So, TAPIR, Bairds. These are not the prettiest of tapirs. That's an issue. Well, let's let that hopefully refresh. And do some other things. Now, for all that I make my enclosures glorious, I still am very average when it comes to signage. And while I would like to stick the signs to the walls here, at the front here, there's definitely no place to do that. Here, I think I can get away with putting it here. I am not fancy about this sort of thing. I stick them directly to the walls and I call it good. Now, I don't actually want to make these things part of the group, which is why I'm using the minute adjustments, because that allows me to just place them without making them part of the group. It's very handy. And also, this plastic needs to be a different color. I actually think that one will work better. It doesn't blend in, but it sort of works better than the brown did. So let's use that. And down here, the thing is, I usually put my habitats so close to the path that there's no place for fancy boards, which sometimes I regret a little, but most of the time, not so much. Now this edge is so wide, it's gonna need 2, I think. Put one here. Like this. And then the other one can go in here in the grass. like this. Yeah. Then an educational speaker here. And here. I forgot to change the color on that one. Let's go and fix that. Like that. Okay. And then B-A-I-R-D Tapir. Let's start with the forage box. Do they need shelter? They do. Now the advantage here is that these basic wooden shelters actually match my enclosure, so I don't have to build them a bespoke shelter. I can just pull up, say, this, and mess around with it until I'm happy with it. And just put it against this wall. And I actually kind of like how it's doing against the ground there, but we don't want the ground poking through the logs, so let's just float it just high enough, like that. Make sure it's not coming out the other side. It is not. Turn off climbing. Put in some bedding. Oh, come on. The other one went underneath just fine. Why won't you? Fine. Now, I might have gotten myself into trouble by disabling the climbing on this, simply because it is sitting a little above the ground, but we'll find out. If the tapirs don't find it accessible, I will turn climbing back on. But the climbing should just be the side pieces, not the thing as a whole. Should. Now, can I get away with just having the forage and not having a food tray? Because that would be really what I want. Put a fruit spike tree over here. We're doing some weird things to my... And a rubbing pillar that goes about here. Put a barrel feeder in... like there. These guys can have a rubber ducky, so they are absolutely getting a rubber ducky. I know for a fact that they're not going to want this much dirt, but I will deal with that once I actually have them. Put the scent marker over there. plant screen. You know what, if I put one here and one here, maybe they'll like their shelter a little better? I don't really want to give them a tire. I will give them a sprinkler, though, as soon as I figure out where to put it. Here. Yeah. Okay, now I just need the tapirs, right? Oh, there we go. There's a silver. Welcome to the zoo. That's a female, so now I just need a male who is reasonably attractive, which is, it's not something that I have right here. You know what? We'll bring her into the zoo, and we'll find her a boyfriend. But we can use her to get things right. Now, why is this happening? How did I do this? Hold on a moment. How did I end up with that on top? Oh, I see how I ended up with that on top. Oh, okay. I actually want to move this. Get in there. There, it goes there, okay? Now, I could write Baird's taper across the top here, but I don't think that would look right, to be honest. I think it's going to be bad enough with people standing on here trying to peer in through the corner and complaining about the view being terrible. Oh, that is a nasty hodgepodge that I should really stop looking at. Oh, yes. And other things that I had forgotten. Okay. Staff. Work zone. New work zone. Tapir. Keeper hut. Staff room. And somewhere over here, the veterinary. Yes, that's the veterinary. And the quarantine. Come on, let me have the quarantine. Yes. Like that. And this will be keeper zone. Hey. Keeper zone 3. Oh, diseased animal discovered. See, that's why I send them to quarantine. Okay, and then we hire a keeper. Drop them over here. and assign them to zone 3 so that they don't leave. Now, do we have a boyfriend yet? He's a bronze, but he's not as pretty as... We don't have a boyfriend yet. Come here, girlfriend. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. No, not the grizzly bear. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Over here. Yes, right here. And when she eventually gets here, which admittedly is going to be a bit of time, we will find out just how well I did on this. I regret the lack of pretty boyfriend for you. We'll find you a pretty girlfriend, a pretty boyfriend, I promise. In the meantime, I might as well enjoy my saltwater crocodiles enjoying their environment here. Because it was quite a lot of work to make this place appropriate. Especially this ramp. This ramp fought me because this boy, he's so big. But yes, the saltwater crocodiles are very happy in their enclosure. I wish I could have given them more plants, but they don't like plants, which is a real shame. I was only able to give them like a little bit of lily pads and a couple of trees. I mean, I did use up a lot of their necessaries in order to put this stuff in here so that this corner would look all right. But, oh, hold on. Tapir arrived while I was distracted by the crocodiles. Alright, first things first. If I don't do this now, I will never remember to later. And expand. Good enough. Probably a little too big, to be honest, but yeah, let's take it down to there. And this is also for Baird's Tapir. Make sure I cover all of the viewing area. Baird's Tapir. Baird's Tapir. I don't know if it's tapir or tapir, now that I think about it. And I just realized I didn't put up any educational speakers for the train. I will have to do that. Like that. It doesn't matter that these ones overlap. Because they are all giving the same education, it doesn't count. Okay, I'm going to give the train a single speaker. And it's going to go right here. That's going to educate about the Baird's Tapir. We're going to make sure it covers the train track over the area of the viewing. Perfect. Actually, take that up to 14 for luck. I think I'm going to be putting a food court in here. I was thinking of something else, but I think I want a bigger space for what else I was thinking about. So I think I'm going to put a little food court in here. So it won't matter that the speaker overlaps into there. It'll be fine. And, well, we know that the water is accessible, so that's awesome. Got more than enough terrain, got awesome amounts of water. Actually is happy with how much dirt there is. That's fascinating. Gift horses. Definitely not enough plants. Okay, so South Central America. Tropical, aquatic, temperate, grassland. I'm not going to... I am going to take aquatic, but I'm not going to put very many plants in this water because it is a very small water. But if I do have the aquatic on here, I do get the cattails, which I think I may need. So, let's see here. I always try to start with the trees. Like we have these lovely dome palms. I should turn random rotation on. Like we can put these here. Trees are awesome because they fulfill a lot of the plant needs and provide nice coverage. Like these are lovely. If this were a slightly bigger enclosure, I would absolutely use them. Like I would totally use this guy if the enclosure were just a little bit bigger. Like, yes, she's got lots of land space, but the tree's a little big. I do really love the coverage that these trees offer, though. But yeah, it's not for an enclosure of this size. Could put in a strangler fig instead. It's just too tempting to put in the giant trees, but I think the giant ones are not the right choice. Kinda liking this idea though. It's very interesting how it keeps rotating on its own depending on where it is in the I think this might be a little big though. Let's go down to the smallest one instead. What about here? Kind of like that. Little tamarind. What if I did like that? Just sort of arcing over the water like that. That's the fun thing about tapirs. They have a very high plant tolerance, so even though most of the ground in here is dirt, I can do a lot with it. As long as I don't trap her in the water, at least. Like we can put down a lot of tick seed to cover up the fact that it's all dirt. The underwater eelgrass is a little bit much and will not be going in today. I would like just like one more tree, but I honestly cannot decide. Maybe a little custard apple? They're barely a tree at all, honestly. They're a really big bush. I'd kind of like to put in some reeds, but just the way that I've built this pond is not really conducive to reeds. That's a pity. No, I don't think the acai palm is quite the right thing either. Perhaps an oil palm? I am really mixing my biomes here, but... I just don't know. Let's try for something. The bracken is a bit much, I think. Even if I sink it, I have made the ground so uneven that it looks really unnatural. We could go with a Brazil nut tree, but they are a bit a bit more than I'm willing to put in this zoo. Maybe I should stop messing with trees. I also know that tamarins don't generally grow next to the water. I really should have put like these in instead. I hate trying to figure out how to put the mangroves in properly against the water though. It's much easier if you have rocks to put them on. This I've just got so much dirt to deal with, and I'm not entirely happy. But they like dirt, so I'm gonna deal with it. Lisa, hello. That's nuts. That's dirty. Yes, it's very dirty. They like it a lot. I would like this custard apple to just sort of hide my divot, please. Yes, thank you. Also, hi Lisa. It's nice to see you again. I also love the giant rhubarbs, but they are also difficult to use. They do block the animals, and they're so huge. Like, this is the smallest one, and look at it against the. There's the tapir, and there's the smallest of the giant rhubarb, and they only get bigger from there. These things are great space fillers, though. You got a more tropical zoo. You want to fill up some space and not have to worry about it anymore. You use one of these. Let's see. I don't think I'm going to put in any holly today. The kapok tree is, once again, a bit much for the zoo in general. I really need to be looking at some lower plants, like the lobster claws. Lobster claws are lovely. I'm not entirely certain how to place them in this particular context, though. Maybe if I sort of... Wait a minute. What if I just sort of stuff them into here? Use them to disguise my custard apple tree a little? Maybe? Oh, no, not the ombu trees. I've already talked about why I'm not going to use them. Monkey face orchids? Oh, they're tiny. Oh, I wish I knew how to use you. Strangler fig root edges. These are good on buildings. But, see, this is where I fall down. Like, I'm very good at meeting their needs, but making it look good in a way that they can actually navigate, that is so much more difficult. I am very tempted to grab the tick seed and just go to town on the whole place. I'll show you, dirt. I mean, she wants this much dirt, which is why I'm dealing with this much dirt, but dirt just doesn't look good. Kinda wish I could use the pigweed like I did in the kiwi habitat. That really covered up the dirt really nice. Looked good while it was doing it too. Whoop, no, don't stick to the wall. You don't need to be stuck to the wall. Okay, I'm gaining control here. And my transitions between my dirt and my grass are looking a lot less stark now. It certainly makes me feel better. I don't know about the rest of you, but it makes me feel a lot better. I am really filling out her plant needs with all this tickweed. Oh, sorry, tick seed. But yes, also for those of you who have more channel points than you know what to do with, and I know there's at least one of you around here, I do have a channel point reward that is turned on specifically for the Planet Zoo streams. Actually rather inexpensive, where you can pay a few points to rename any zoo animal or zoo staff member that you see fit with the name that you choose. You can give it your name, you can give it a silly name. Currently, we do have the only security guard has been renamed to Pauline Blart. Anyone or any creature who has been already named cannot be renamed again. I don't care if you were the one who named it in the first place. I can't remember these things. So I'm just going to say no as a general thing. Okay, this looks a little weird, but it looks much weirder from far away than it does up close. That's odd. I think it's because I sank the tick seed. You know, I want to leave it like this because that's a very nice number, but it doesn't look nice. What can I do to recover from this? How do I fix this? 'Cause I done messed up. I kind of want to do something with this corner because it's all empty and barren. I just can't figure out what. Like maybe I just do some bramble bushes? That don't look quite right. Um, that's not the right choice. Looks like a toupee. Yeah, there's not a lot that I am happy with. What if I just sort of mashed a coconut palm into there? I might have to mash 2 coconut palms into there. Is there a bigger coconut palm? Like, is this fluffier? No, it's not. This is the fluffiest one. It's not right. Perhaps another custard apple tree? No, it's not big enough. Maybe this is an opportunity for giant rhubarb. Then again, keeping it from clipping through into the path is a bit of an issue. Maybe if I do this and that. That's still sticking through quite badly. Like, what if I turned the holly tree into a holly bush? Meeting plant needs is easy. Making them look good is hard. And I kind of hate what I did with the tick seed now. That's just not right on a large number of levels. It's all this bloody dirt. But she won't let me have a lot of grass. Still, I need to make the tick seed go away. Because I hecked that up. Maybe if I paint in a little bit of sand. Maybe if I take in... Feels weird to be doing this. Maybe if I bring in a little long grass, I can have some long grass. It's just so much bloody dirt. It's still an awful lot of dirt. Gotta be careful to stay in balance here. No, wait. There we go. Okay, we've still got an awful lot of dirt, but now we've got a little less swath. I'm gonna go with swath. I just don't know what to do with the big swaths of dirt. I'm gonna be honest. I'm having a problem with the big swaths of dirt. Maybe if I just don't plant in them? Like if I plant around them? Like I'd still like to use the tick seed. But if I don't put the tick seed on the dirt, I just put it in the grass. You know, like this. If I don't try to cover the dirt with it. As I understand, not a lot of things will actually grow near as fanged ruler fig, so... To some extent, I'm off the hook there. I really don't know about having used those lobster plants either. Shove that in there. Just rotate it a bit. Hey, Missy. I am struggling here. I am really struggling. Like, maybe I should use some rocks. This will hide my dirt. I do gotta be careful about how much space I'm taking away from the tapir, though. Man, that's such a straight edge there. Let's try over here instead. Why is that such a square edge there? Just use the scaviola to hide the slightly unnatural edges of the rock. Like that. Still can't do anything about the slightly unnatural edges of the pond, but that was my own mistake that I'm going to have to live with looking at. It still feels super barren in here. I don't know how to make this fit together, though. Actually, you know, these might be pretty close in color to the apple tree. They are. There! Now it looks like it's blooming! Haha! See, I'm very good at building. I love building. Making habitats look natural, that I am still working on. That's another lovely space filler, but definitely is not going to be doing any good work here. We're just gonna make the tick seed work for us, I guess. Not full coverage like what I tried for before, just, you know, scattered. Here and there. We're gonna pretend that this is like grasslands instead of tropical. Yeah. I mean, they are from the grasslands in some metrics. Actually, you know what? I could probably unpause quite some time ago. I don't love it, but I like it. And I didn't trap her in the pool, apparently, so we're good. Now we just need to find her a boyfriend. Good enough. One boyfriend for my tapir. And while I wait for him, I'm gonna try and figure out exactly. I have two food courts in mind. One that I'm going to put here and one that I'm going to put here. And I haven't decided which one I want to build first. Both of them are going to be quite small. They're going to be one food place, one drink place, and a toilet with some seating. So that's... You know, I might as well work over here. I know it looks quite close physically to the major serious injury discovered. It's quite like, physically it's quite close to this food court, but walking wise for the people, it's quite far. So, let's see, guest facilities. Let's see. Oh, of course, as soon as I pull that up, quarantine passed, ready to leave. All right, boyo. Let's bring you to meet your new girlfriend. Okay, where was I? Oh, yes. Drink stalls. I'm going to put in a coffee shop. Now the main thing here is I think I'm gonna have to raise this a little in order for I'm gonna have to raise this just a little above the ground just to keep everything nice and flat and level. So I'm gonna go like this. Coffee shop. And you know, let's put in a Bernie Bakes next to it. Everybody likes their a sweet with their coffee. And a toilet, which I'm gonna do like this. Yeah. And you see what the ground is doing here? That is exactly why I have things just a little bit above the ground. Now, I need a path. A good path. Something different from the main path. Well, this has got to go to start with. What about the crazed stone? We'll grab the grid off of here. And like that. Ah, you went and turned off my T-junctions again, didn't you? Yep, that you did. Okay, let's try and get this as straight as I can. That's as straight as it's gonna be. We're not gonna worry about the divot. I'm gonna cover it up when I cover everything else up. And I'm gonna put a couple of ATMs in right back here. So 1, 2. And then let's see, what seating shall I give to this area? I don't want to give the gigantic tables like I have at the other one because this is a much smaller area. What if I just put in the picnic benches? Like, if I put in like that, and realize I have random rotation on still. You know what? I'm not going to put canopies on these ones. I am going to figure out different colors for them, I tell you that. This is not working for me. Oh, they're not recolorable. They're not flexicolor. That's unfortunate. The African benches are flexicolor, but they're much too big. You know what? I'm going to remove this one. Arctic benches, also completely recolorable, but too fancy. You know what, we're gonna go with these, and I'm gonna figure out something that goes with them. But the general idea is going to be to just build a building that wraps around all of this. And also hides the fact that it is floating. I'm thinking I'm just going to have a nice little wall that goes around it. But this is a thing that future Foxwine, slightly in the future Foxwine, is going to do, because current Foxwine really needs to take her break because it's well past time that I should have. So I'm going to save my zoo manually to make sure that I don't lose that glorious tapir pen that I put in. And actually, before I take my break, let's double check to make sure that now that there are 2 tapirs in there, that they're still happy. They don't have enough shelter. Okay. Otherwise, everything's fine, but they don't have enough shelter when there's 2 of them. So what I do is I take this and I put it over here for now, and then this duplicate and advanced move will just double the space. Like that. And then we will move this here. It's a little weird with the lump in it, but I think it should be okay. Let's check. Tell me about your shelter needs. Everything is perfect. Everything is fine. It's beautiful. The tapirs are happy. Happy tapirs. And the people from the zoo are going to be happy as well. I just noticed that these both have kind of red color schemes, and that's perfect. Which means I should maybe go with something red-ish for the whole thing that I'm going to build here. This is going to be fun, but it is a problem for after break me. Current me is going to go and refill her water and have a quick bio break and take care and have a stretch, because my shoulders are really feeling all the building that I've been doing, and yet there's more building to come. So I'm going to take care of all of that, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned, and thus it is time to get back to the zoo. And I did decide a couple of things while I was taking care of my couple of things, and I also realized that I forgot something very important that I did not do, is that I did not put out any waste bins anywhere in this portion of the zoo, which is a very bad thing to forget to do in this game. I tell you that. So I'm going to put one here and one here. It's going to be one here. And one here. Although that one may move. I'm also going to put one over here just because. I also did not actually connect the bathroom. Definite oversight on my part, which I will hopefully rectify here. There we go. Now the toilets are connected. And I thought that I would clad this in red brick. because that'll kind of go with the redness that is going on here. And red brick with white trim will go with these picnic tables quite well. So I think that is what I'm going to do. And yeah, here we are. Now, I really want to this may give me pain with my roof later, but like that. And like that. Like this, I think. We'll see if I have that in the right place. We'll find out very soon. I hope that I do, though. That was the right one. Okay. And then here, let's just keep the arch theme. Wait, wrong arch, wrong brick, wrong brick. We want this arch. Like that. Because that way... Oh. How irritating. Why would they make an arch that doesn't actually fit? How annoying. And I see that I need to move the tables, because we don't want them stepping off the edge in order to use the table. Also, I think what I want to do is like this. And interesting. How did I end up so far off? I'll make it work for me. see there'll be nice low little wall, although I'm not sure that wall is actually low enough. Let's look at it against these people. That's not low enough. I need it to be just a little bit lower. Okay, I need the grid height to take a powder so that I can do a custom. Yeah, that's much better. See, this is part of why I wanted the wall to, this ramp to be as straight as possible, so that I could get away with stuff like this. And I'm not quite gonna get away with it, but I can hide my shame. Whoop, come back in here. Like that. Like that. It's harder to hide my shame on this side than on this side, but I'll figure something out. It really doesn't want to cooperate with me, does it? Like, I want it like this. But it won't do that. It'll only do half. I guess I'm gonna have to do it in the flexibles. But first, around the bottom of the building, I want to use a white, which I think I can pull off with the painted brick, because it defaults, well, it defaults to a kind of a gray. But I can make it white. Or at least as white as this game will let me get it. So that it'll be like this. And see, that goes around the base of the building. And brings it to the ground where it's supposed to be. And then the fact that the ground is super uneven doesn't matter. What is going on here? Why can't I see what I'm doing? But yeah, the ground is very uneven, so that's why I'm doing it that way. And then you know, Why is it gotta be like this? Why you gotta be like this? And make sure this wall comes all the way to the ground. Oops. That's not the right place. That's the right place. No? Wall? Okay, I think I got it now. Now, I'm gonna need some pillars. I think I'm gonna go with the copper roof on this. I think that'll look real nice. Like that. Line it up with this wall here. That is so not lined up. Okay, I'm just going to bring it in to make it easier to line this up. Okay, that's lined up there. I'm pretty sure it's lined up here. No, it's not. There we go. That's lined up there. Whoop. Now we just get it lined up here. Good. Let's bring this here. Like this, maybe? Yeah. Let's see. Can leave the floor the way it is. Tiles, though. Oh, I'm in the wrong zone entirely now. Why is it so difficult? This shouldn't be so difficult. You know what? I'm gonna go with this as being close enough. You know, now the floor needs to change. There we go. It still ain't right, but it's better. The roof is definitely going to be interesting to put on here. Oh, I needed another column. Well, let's just borrow this one. Come here and complete this wall for me. Get it lined up. Okay, that's lined up that way. It's not quite lined up this way. Like that? Question mark? Whoops, way too far. That will do nicely. Yeah, this is going well. Now, what I really need is not the painted brick. Perhaps I can find what I'm looking for in the stone bits. What I need is not quite that. I need a white topper for this wall. That's too big, but that is kind of what I'm looking for. It's a little, yeah, it's, if it were flat, I could make it work, but it's not flat. But yeah, what I need is the non-grid pieces, I think. The non-grid stone pieces. I want something flat, narrow, and white. Sort of like this, but flat. Do I have anything like that? I have a whole lot of square things. And I have very few flat things. Wait a minute. Can I make this work? If I make it white? It's a little dirty. But it's way better than that. Yeah, we're gonna make the... Whoops, not that one. We're gonna make this work for me. And I'm gonna live dangerously, and I'm only going to have the one size. I will get back to that. Okay, back to the brick. I need the Flexi Red brick. Flexi Red brick. Probably can make do with a 2 meter by 2 meter. Yeah. Line this up. Said line this up. Oh lordy. Nudge it a pixel this way, a pixel that way. And like this. And like that. And out to the path. There. And there was a little wall around it. I think that's everything that I want to do with the red brick. There's definitely some decor that needs to take place here, which I'm going to do before I put on the roof because it's easier. But I think the main part of the building is taken care of now. So let's remove the brick and have a look at the fascias. Probably, since I'm planning on putting a copper roof on this, perhaps putting the copper awnings. Yeah, this might be the... I don't know why it's tucking fully into the building like that instead of having the detail on the outside like it's supposed to. But yeah, let's go with that. Then I'm going to grab both of these. And I'm going to yank them out until they are correct. Like that. Yeah. I do wonder if I should move them down a bit as well so that they're further away from the roof. That would probably be a good idea. Let's bring them down. Like that. And Wonder if I should also attach a fascia of some sort. Like, it would be nice to bring in the white as well. Oh, this is a window fascia. This is not a shop fascia, is it? Or is this meant for the education boards? Why is it so small? Why are any of these so small? What is this? Marquee side trim? Huh. Glacial mural shop front? Definitely not what I'm looking for. Yeah, Zupedia frame. Okay, those aren't shop frames. That's what's going on here. So, if I want... The problem here is that I don't have a third place. So, like, if I continued it across the wall, it wouldn't look right. So, yeah. Oh dear, that's not white at all. That's no good. Well, I guess if I want something white, I'm going to have to go about it sideways myself. Let's see. Not quite what I need. You know, it's very close to the color of the copper. But that's not what I was looking for. If I paint it white and paint it white, yeah, you know what? This will do what I need it to do. Like that. And like that. this down here like this. Make sure it's aligned with the edge. Oh. Okay then. The only problem being that it's too long. That is much better. I'm just gonna stick this up here where I can grab it easily. Like that. See, that's exactly why I wanted to stick up the other one. There we go. Bring this over here. Line it up. Then this piece goes right to the edge here. That gets duplicated upward. Game, please. Like this. Whoop, I almost had it. There it is. Okay. Whoa. Not that. That. And that. Like that, I guess. Then take this and this and realize that everything would be easier if I just sent them away. Okay, okay. Grab all of these. Duplicate them and bring them over here. You want something done right, you do it yourself. Like that. And then these come down as far as they can without the white sticking through. There. That's good, that's good. I am going to have to be careful about the roof, but the roof is already going to be a problem, so... Now, what I really want... we're going to go back out here, and I'm going to find a fence. Fancy fence? Possibly a little too fancy. We have this, which really isn't quite the look that I was going for, as I do want a fence on the top of the wall that comes out of the cap. Actually, let's let time run. But I don't think this works for me. And this one is entirely the wrong color and is not FlexiColor. I do want metal. I think metal is going to look best. There is a copper fence. That is very fancy indeed. And entirely too tall. But might go with the roofing that I'm going with here? Thinky thoughts. There's the cast iron fence. Which isn't enough. See, that's the problem. Like, the difference between enough and too much is... it's very difficult. There's also the New World fence, which is also going towards the very modern look. Which would go with the benches, but I don't think is going to go with all else I have going on here. Ditto with this. It just isn't going to look right sticking out of a brick wall. Curved fences. We have the North African fence, which is... it's very delicate, actually. It's fighting me, though. I can't actually get a look at it. Why are you being... oh, right, because I turned position snap back on. This could work. It's quite a different look than what I was originally thinking, but the advantage here is that it's very light and delicate. I'm just gonna stick that there so I remember it. We have the Planet Zoo fence, which same problem as the others, really. Just it's gonna look weird sticking out of the brick wall like that. I don't really want to use any of the manufactured fences, the blueprint ones. This, I think, is too much, and also too much like what I used before. Yeah, I think we're actually, I'm actually going to use the North African fence. Okay. Rotate. Rotate too far. Rotating too much. Baby, no. Okay, I think it's up right now. The reason that I'm putting this in now is because I want it centered on the brick wall, and it's going to be a lot easier to do that if I put it in before I put in the cap than if I do it after. Especially when it's one of the ones that doesn't actually snap, so I'm going to be eyeballing the whole sucker. It also means I'm going to have to put a post in each corner. And it's going to have to be a taller post than it is currently. I will cover that base when I get to it. So I think this is centered. I'll call that centered. And it's one with the post. Yeah, you know what? I think this is going to work just fine. Assuming that I can get it laid out. Like this. Okay, I am gonna need to put the posts in before I continue. So, first things first. Let's bring this up. I rather like this height on the fence. So whoop. Yeah, that's the height I'm looking for. Bring this into the corner. Bring this to the end. Like that. line it up here and bring it to the end. Like that. Yeah. Yeah. Then I have some literal wiggle room to get this beautifully lined up. Like that. Turn 90 degrees. Come over this way. Center your being. Okay, embed that into the wall. And then just follow through, doing exactly what I did on the main side. Never be afraid to mix packs. That is my next piece of advice for this particular stream. Never be afraid to use the South American pack with the Asian pack, or as I'm doing, I'm using the North African stuff with the classic Planet Zoo, and ending up with something quite beautiful. Never be afraid. You don't have to be afraid. If it looks good together, it looks good together. It doesn't matter where it came from. It doesn't matter what DLC pack it's in or from. It doesn't, even if the names don't feel like they should be compatible. If it looks good together, then there's no problem. Doing things in Planet Zoo is all about the vibes. The animals have very specific needs, it is true. But when you're building other things, you don't gotta meet the animal's vibes. The animal doesn't care if I use a North African fence and they're from South America. And while it might be disputed that this particular piece is actually a fence, it's tagged as a fence, and thus I will use it as one. Because this is very close to what I was looking for. I was thinking something in a darker metal, but there's just something about this sort of bronzy goldenish. And like that. And here we check to make sure I'm not impaling the bathroom. I am not. We're good. Now, is that all of it? Yes, that's all of it. Okay. I can let go of that now. I also realize I didn't grab something to use as a topper on these posts, and I will get to that at some point. Oh, I should probably take that away. Okay. Duplicate and advanced move this. Make sure that it's vertical, because you never know. Lay it down. Attempt to get it centered on the wall. This is going to be very important. And we just bring this up, and I'm going to use this North African fence to measure so that I don't bring it up too high. I wonder. If I do like this, I wish I had a thinner piece. I don't think this is going to work for my purposes. It's just too thick. It's the right width. It's a good width for what I was thinking of, but it's just way too thick. There's gotta be something. Let's see. I want the tags Flexicolor. I want the tags non-grid prop. And wood, of course. Although this one's stone. Let's depart from the wood. Let's go with the 4 meter. How far have I narrowed it down? I've still got a lot of statues in here. Nope, that's way too thick again. Also, I could have sworn that I demanded a Flexicolor tag. This is not Flexicolor. I thought it was supposed to just give me everything that had all 3 of those, not everything that had any one of those. Ugh. That's so annoying. See, mine is a demand. These are suggestions. Um, let's see. That's facing the wrong way and is also not Flexicolor. And is too thick. That's not right at all. No. Yeah, it's taking the Flexicolor as a suggestion when I go to the, when I ask for the non-grid plop. Let's just try for the Flexicolor and hope that I don't crack up. And we're gonna do it in architecture just because that's gonna give me like beams and stuff. Too big. Even bigger. That ain't right. Interesting direction that's facing. Too big. Like, I could use the bridge platform stone if I turned it over, but it's still too thick. See, this is the right thickness, but it's not the right width. And then we got too big again. Too wide. And too thick. Not wide enough. I just wanted something thinner to use as a wall topper. Because this looks a lot better if I float the fence on top of it. But then I lose like everything. Unless I move the fence and thus have to change all the columns. I may have to do that. Like if I bring this up to here, I still kind of hate how thick it is. Not thick enough, interestingly. Not wide enough. But we are getting into the realm of the thickness that I'm looking for. I want to have to do it in 2 panels. I might have to, just to get the thickness that I want. Well, that's about the right thickness. It's very obviously wood, though. Darn it. I think it's my best bet, though. Sigh. Excuse you? I never asked you to do that. And I'm gonna have to do it all in little pieces, which I hate, but to get the right thickness, this is my life now. All right. Let's get this sucker centered. This is the last one that's going to be easy to center. Actually, it's already pretty centered, isn't it? And we bring it up like this. So that it's right underneath the metal. Okay. It's still pretty obviously wood, but I'm gonna work with it anyway. Okay, let's just line this up here. That. I hate the seams like this. Alright, let's bring it over here. It's definitely not centered. Deal with that in a moment. Like this. There. Okay. I'm trying to do very little overlap just to try to avoid the flickering. Admittedly, I'm still getting the flickering pretty hard here, but... Okay, like that. And like this. Yeah, I can't say I'm 100% happy with it, but this is kind of the vision that I had. So as the closest I think I can get to my vision, I'm gonna work with this. 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 And like that. Okay. Now, continuing to be very careful to only grab the red and blue. We'll go over here. Rotate 90 degrees. Center the sucker. Close enough. Set up this end out here so that I don't have to think about what the corner is doing inside. Yeah, like that. Now, personally, when I'm using red brick, I use white trim. It's very traditional. I can't seem to step away from that, so it's what I do. You don't gotta, but it's what I do. But it's also why I did not build the big food court from red brick, because, man, that would have been a lot of white and red. So much. Now, once again, I'm going to do this from the outside corner so that I don't have to think about what the inside one is doing. Like that. And like that. And... how big is this? Not big enough. Too big. I'd like to have a cap, a white cap on the posts, but I don't think there's a piece that I'm going to be able to do that with. 2 by 1, 1 by 1, 1 by 5. Like what I need is a 0.5 by 0.5, and I don't think that exists. Because this is the perfect width. I wonder. Let's see. If... oh, I made a terrible mistake. Okay. If I were to take this and sort of tile it. Oh, the flickering is strong. Okay. Line this up like this. And then Line this up to that edge. And this edge. Then take this away. Like that. And make a capper out of that. Try and center this. Center it that way. Center it this way. Okay, okay. Center it this way, because I know it's already centered that way. Alright. Center it this way, the easy way. Then center it this way, the somewhat more difficult way. Like that. I'm winning? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Alright, last post. Like that. Okay, okay. That okay, from a greater distance that is much more what I had pictured, and I'm much happier. Okay. Now, what I really want, I think, is like these, but on a straight. But that's only available in the trio? Which isn't really what I'm looking for. Like, I want one on top of a single post. Which I don't seem to have available to me, alas. That is a pity. What I really want is a light that is available in both a wall version, like this, and in a like stand-up version, like this but thinner. Because I want to stick it in the posts. So this will absolutely not do, basically. So let's see what I've got. It'd be really nice if I could get it in the sort of the black metal to match the picnic benches. There's the East Asia wall light, which I know it's upside down right now. But I have the version that hangs, and I could just set the other version on its feet? Question mark? It's not really the right look though, is it? There's the European lantern, but the problem with that is that it doesn't actually have a light in it. It's purely visual. No light. Useless. There's the Indian street lights, which I could probably impale without too much difficulty. They're practically volunteering, but once again, not so sure it's the right look. No, that's not. Wait a minute. Somebody's done it for me. Where did they find that globe light? Oh. Ha. Well, let's find out if this will actually work for me. One moment. If I just sort of shove all of this down. I think I can make this work. I need a lot less of the accoutrement that is coming with it, though. So, where'd the build go? Where'd the build go? Okay, there it is. Let's just pop that down there. Move that, remove this, and this. And then it's just a light on a pole. A light on more than one pole? Interesting. Okay. Have I got all of it now? Maybe. Now I will never know. Okay, bring this into the center of the post. Bring it low. Yeah, that's a good height. I like that. Centered that way. Ooh. Centered this way. Pole actually makes it easy for this. Like that. And I already know that it's centered this way, so I just have to center it this way. And then this way. It just has to be centered this way. Like that. One more post, which I'm going to have to do entirely from scratch. Okay, center it this way, which it is. Center it this way, which it is almost. There. Oh, yeah. Now, I still need lights. How did I end up outside the blueprint? Oh, because these were each their own blueprint. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Where was I? Oh, yes. Okay, tuck this a bit into the wall. Move it up a bit. Like this. I think I may have to move the first one to make things look right. And like this. The ATM hall is a little dark, but it'll be fine. Right? Oh yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's good. Why do I flashbang myself at least once per stream? Okay, and this needs to scooch over here just a little so that it looks right. Oh yeah. And then this is going to be the hard part. Okay. Like this. Over here. Whoop, too far. It goes for the bathroom corridor, but... Or it goes for the bathrooms. You know, this one I'm actually going to move up. The bathroom doors never look right to me. They're always just so tall. I don't like the bathrooms. That's just where I'm at. Okay, I'm going to need to hire another caretaker probably. It's not my fault that y'all brought more children than fit at the picnic table. Alright, let's get a roof on this place. I know exactly which roof I want. And it's the one that I already used. Now, let's see. I think... tempting, but probably no. Unless I wanted to turn the bathroom into a tower. You know, suddenly I want to turn the bathroom into a tower. Oh dear. It would make putting a roof on the rest easier. You know, why not? Actually, let's not make it a full-size tower. Let's make it a half tower. Like that. And then duplicate this. Because otherwise it's gonna look weird. I also realized that I need to have some windows. Alright, no roof for you yet. First things first. Choose a window. Yeah, I think... always sink your windows a little bit. Not enough to make them go out, but enough that they actually become part of the wall instead of floating over it. I am being a little lazy with the windows along here. Too far. But that's mainly because, windows. There we go. I wonder... One moment here. I could have sworn that there's a clock face in here somewhere. Oh, there's multiple clock faces. How big are they? Alright. Okay. Kind of center it with the pillar being there. Sink it into the wall so that it's not floating. Move the window so that it's more centered. There we go. Oh, what a teeny topper. What am I supposed to do with that? What even am I supposed to put that on? Ridiculous. Okay, back to roofs. Alright, back to copper roofs. Yeah. Yeah, I think the lower roof is going to be better. Oh, right. Auto stacking still on. I shall cover my shame. Yeah, much as I suspected, we are having a definite issue back here with where the wall is. I am definitely not moving that wall, though. Also... does that make it worse or better? I'm not sure. Okay, how can I work with this? Perhaps if I do it this way? Yeah, I do think that's the answer. Of course, getting it lined up is its own set of issues. Come on. I think that's it. Please be it. That wasn't it. Wait a minute. That was it. Okay. It's the little ridges in the copper roof. They kind of throw me off. Like that. And oh, that's very unfortunate. Oh. Well, let's try some experiments. Because I need that roof that way. If I use the 2 meter... The 2 meter covers it. Okay. So we'll use the 2 meter. This is its own question, but I will deal with that in a minute. I think I'm gonna bring brick up to cover that. Yeah, I need 2 meter eaves. Or should I use 1 meter eaves so that they match? No. Let's not get too extra up in here. Like that. We're going to ignore what's going on here because I don't want to deal with it. I mean, I could possibly put eaves on this. But yeah, that's gonna make the problem worse, not better. It also doesn't really go. So yeah, we're just gonna ignore what that post is doing, okay? Okay. Back to the brick. Where like this. And like this. And yeah, like that. And like that. And then same problem. No overhang for you, I guess. That is a pity. Aren't there those little round ones? Yeah. I will fix that. And that. So we just push this into the wall so that it actually looks right. They never look right when they're floating. There. And there is one last thing that needs to be added to this, and that's the employee door, which I'm going to put right here because I'm like that. We just need a door that kind of goes with the rest of the building, don't we? I have an affection for the Indian doors, but I think that it might be a little fancy for the building. We don't want to go anything too modern. That's a little too big. Yeah, we're still in the too big zone. Are there any like small doors with white trim? Is that something that's available? They're all so huge. Oh, that's horrific. I don't want to put that there. Let's just limit 2 doors and this might be what I'm looking for. It's still got that wood look though. It might be the best that I can do under the circumstances though. Because this is absolutely out of the question. That's a shed door. The Indian doors are too big and too fancy. These are just too modern. Alright. No, it's gotta be this one. Like this. Yeah, that's I can make that work. I just need a wall sign. Shop, facility, species, custom. I need a very small. Not small enough. Still too big. Why are they all so huge? Really? Is that the smallest sign I've got? Whoa. Too big, too big. Definitely too big. It's so close to being the right size. I may have to use this. I hate to do it because it really doesn't go with the building. And also it's kind of weathered. Wait. Okay, I may have a solution after all. Bring it out so that it's just visible. Here. Here. Realize I've made a terrible mistake. What is... Oh. Okay, I got to the sign. It's not... Oh. Okay. I may have to put a sign over the door instead of on the door, which does not make me very happy. But I don't think I have a choice. The only stuff I have that fits on the door is too small. Like, this would be my next best option. I wonder, can I like float this? It's unlikely, but... Oh, so close and yet so far. I cannot quite float it. And it's also just a little big for the door, so... All right. Let's find something that isn't too... Whoa. Why are they... Why are you like this? Wait, what is this? Oh, a memorial plaque. Uh... Huh. I mean, the memorial plaques are pretty small. Could we pretend hard enough together? Like, if I just... like that. This feels a little bit like cheating. And also I'm declaring my staff dead, apparently. I'm gonna refuse to feel bad because this works. Somehow. Okay. I need to move these benches a little bit before I can finish, because the best thing to do would be to put a little planter along here. Just to cover the curb. They will walk into the planter every time. Also, this is going to be very narrow, so... do I have a pre-built that is super narrow? Maybe that isn't all of this stuff that I had up for the tapirs. Like, the classic flower bed line is just the right width. Do I have anything that fits in? Too wide. Still too wide. I don't have anything narrow to build this out of. Still too wide. They're all so wide, I can't get her. And that is the narrowest piece of mulch that I have. I gotta think of how to pull this off. Oh. That, oh, I haven't seen that before. Just drifting through the air there, huh? You know what? I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm just gonna leave it alone. Everything is fine. I do need to do some planting to take care of what all's going on here. You know, I think the custard apples are going to come to my rescue again. Let me just custard. And yeah. I'm gonna take you. Then again, maybe not. It's too fluffy. Whoops, I rotated it the wrong way too. Okay, Whoop. Yeah, I want something that goes along this front edge. And I think along this front edge, but does not cover any other part of the building. Or possibly just this front edge. I don't know that I want to go the planter route here. But I could like... Yeah, this could definitely be a job for the azaleas. I am going to need a line of mulch. The 1 meter isn't wide enough. The 2 meter probably is. Yeah, the 2 meter is wide enough. And then on the other side, like this. And then going this way, I will go to the 1 meter. like this. Yeah. I will need to do some mildly creative things. But I think this is the way to do this. And then the azaleas will look spectacular against this building. Oh my goodness, somebody around here dropped something. Like, the only thing that a planter would be good for would be to bring the azaleas up, but then that covers up all the good work that I did. So, like this. And like this. We want it to be obvious that these were planted. So it's going to be two distinct lines. Now I need some sort of edge. Which is not something that I am provided in here. I would love to have some of that brick edging. You know, the bricks on the diagonal? That would look really nice here, but I don't have access to that. Not with this. So I guess I'm gonna have to do the next best thing and go with rocks. And possibly the rock step is going to... I'm not sure if it's thick enough. Oh, it's not... That's not thick enough. Oh, that is a pity. That would have been perfect. That's too big. You know what? I need a cladding pillar. Whoa. You know what? Let's go back to let's just color match. Let's just color match. I will use the cladding pillar. Like this. Yeah. Just run this along here. I will come back to the forward edges in a bit. Oh. Too long. It's okay. It's okay. Everything's fine. Alright, shove this in there. And like this. And like that. And That's the shorter one, so I'm gonna have to make it work. There. I feel like this one sits lower. So I'm gonna have to bring it up a little, I think. That seems right. Okay. Now we get rid of my beloved angle snap because I'm going to need to be a little more precise. More like that. Okay, and then up here. Like this, I think. Yeah, that'll do. Like this. And then ever so slightly more. Basically, it's going to have to be just a thicker line here, just so that I don't have to go around the corner. And then over here, so much closer to straight line. I thought I wasn't going to be messing around with rocks today. Look at me, hoist by my own petard. But honestly, what else was I supposed to do under these circumstances? Like this. And I think we're going to have to do the, just rotate it ever so slightly to make it thicker to get away with what's going on at this corner. There we go. Alright, back to the mulch. There are little itty bitty circles. Which I'm gonna have to try and make work, I think. So, shove this down. And in here like this. Is it coming through the wall? It is not. Okay, I win. Like that. Just imagine what we could have had if we could have missed if the custard apple tree had not been so fluffy. Now this one I have a lot more leeway because I've got all the underneath the path. So I can just like this and like that And smooth it out. Not much I can do about this corner, to be honest. Well, actually, let's just pop this over here. Scooch this over so that it's not impaling in there anymore. And then bring this in. Oh, that's so much better. Yeah. There we go. And then azaleas. Absolutely overdoing it with the azaleas, probably. Like that. And then scooch this one down a little bit. And then rotate. Bring it up here. Like this. Method in the madness. Oh, messed up. I only needed one arrow there, not multiple. Like that. This one. Bring it a little further this way. A little bit further. There we go. I need one more azalea. There's a gap. And we'll just tuck this in here. Very good. Excellent. And that covers up the weird hole from the ramp. And all I have to do is adjust the colors of the ATMs so that they actually go with things. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the green and turn it black so that it matches the tables and call it good. So can I do both of these at once? No, no I cannot. Okay. One at a time it is then. Okay. Light can continue to be blue. Tiles need to be black. Wall needs to be as close to white as this game gets. Yeah. Okay. Black. White. And now they match the tables. Yay! Oh, that feels pretty good. That's a nice little food court I built. And the people seem to be enjoying it. Although I do feel like I need to scooch some things around. I want to move this over here. And that way I can move... Oh. Hold on. What do you mean I can't use fine movement when I've already placed them? Why do you want me to suffer, game? Why are you like this? Alright, fine. I will eyeball it. This goes here. And then people sit down at the one that I was going to move next. Oh, that's annoying. Why are you all gathered there? Oh, you're just being weird. Okay, well, thank you, I guess. Why would you go from the one table to the other one? There. That's a nice little food court. ATMs, coffee, sweeties, bathrooms, and a clock, because why not? A clock as a treat. We're not going to talk about what the clock just did, though, okay? This zoo is only open at night, so when we come to the daylight hours, it kinda... because we only exist at night here. I'm very pleased. So, I got the tapirs in. I got one of the 2 food courts that I was planning to put in, which means that I can put the number of food courts on my list to 1. How are the tapirs doing? Just chillin', huh? Living your best life? Awesome. What do people think of the tapirs? That Baird's tapir looks almost frozen solid. Oh. We're getting heat warnings. Because the water's the right temperature, but they're not. What is the temperature in the zoo right now? We're in the yellowish white regions, which are definitely too cold, which means that the saltwater crocodiles aren't happy either. Okay, well, I know what I'm doing before I end my stream tonight. We're going to put in some heaters. And I'm going to try to put them in unobtrusive ways. Okay, first of all, before I do that, let's check the Baird's tapir. They want to be between 16 and 42. Why would you go from one table to the other? For the vibe. Excuse me. Also, hi, Green. I feel personally attacked by that statement. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to bring the tapirs up to, let's say, their water is 30. So why not bring them to 30 as well? Just for consistency's sake. So, heater. Now, will it let me get away with sticking them to the walls? Let's hope so. Oh, it's already set to 30. That's nice. That's pretty close to perfect, in fact. And the other one will stick over here. And... oh, they can't quite meet the middle. This is where I'm very glad that I'm playing in sandbox mode rather than in franchise, because I can in fact put 4 of these heaters around this habitat and get it completely covered, all without having to actually put them on the ground, which is ugly. I hate putting them on the ground. Like, I might try sticking one in the rocks, actually, now that I think about it. Let me grab this. And we'll just stick this on the rocks that they will never ever actually climb on anyway. I turned angle snap back on. Just rotate this a little bit this way, and then rotate it a little bit this way, and send it into that rock. This might provide me the coverage that I desire. Still got a cold spot. And it's bigger than the sprinkler, so I can't actually blame the sprinkler. Well, I have 2 choices. I can stick a heater to this wall and reduce its area down so that it just heats up this little area. Or I can be like, they'll never go... oh, their food's there. Well, I guess we're sticking a heater to that wall then. Give me that heater. And... oh, this one, I hecked that one up. Okay. Let's duplicate this heater, because I haven't messed with that one too much. Oh, I see what the problem is. Alright. One, two, three. Bring it out here where I can mess with it. And also where it doesn't stick through the other side. And then reduce the range on this one to like 10. Too far. Just right. That is warming the path just a bit more than it's warming the habitat, but it's better than putting it in the habitat, in my opinion. Okay. Time to go experience the same pain over at the saltwater crocodiles. Because if the tapirs are cold, then the saltwater crocodiles are also cold. Okay, I'm gonna put one here. They've got such a bigger enclosure. And one here. I could have sworn I put one over here. What happened? Duplicato. One here. I'm going to cheat and put one here. Let's see what coverage I've got. Okay, we're starting to look pretty good here, actually. I think if I just pop one on here... There we go. It's all warm shades in here now. And nothing got stuck to the ground. Alright. This the people get upset that this habitat has loads of plants in it. Where? I know that there's a whole bunch over in this corner. But they're not blocking anything you would have been able to see anyway. Is it because of all the rocks? But yeah, apparently the saltwater crocodiles are a little more tolerant of being chillier than the tapirs are. Which honestly isn't a massive surprise. But it's still, you know, they should be comfortable. And now the guests are also comfortable, because I had to overlap onto the path by a significant degree. There we go. Seeing a Baird's tapir so clearly is awesome. I will cherish this memory forever. Look at that magnificent Baird's tapir. You can get a good view of the Baird's tapir from here. None of them are going to call this enclosure pretty, unfortunately. But, you know, I like it. And I hope y'all like it too, because I worked quite hard on this one. It's a lot more fence than we actually need for the Baird's tapir, but I do so prefer when the fences are all the same height. Like that thing I did over at the saltwater crocodile with the one wall being higher than all the other ones, it does kind of burn a little. But I really didn't want to deal with making the entire wall that tall. It would have been a pain. At least with the tapir, I only had to take it up a little ways. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. The tapirs, I'm still working on making my exhibits really nice. I still lack the super prettiness of that, but I have 97% welfare on these tapirs, and that's because I forgot to turn their food up. One moment while I increase their nutrition, because why not give them grade 3 food quality? Oh, also, I keep forgetting because it's a sandbox zoo. I should be grabbing a copy of the donation box. I don't actually need the money, but the zoo prefers that I ask for it, so I'm just gonna pop this here. And everything will be hunky-dory, right? Right. I should really put a plant in here. I just, I'm not sure what. Let's see. South and Central America. Biome. Grassland. Tropical. Cordyline? Not quite right on the grass, I think. These are hanging orchids. Doesn't feel really right to put them in the grass. Those are too big. Oh wait, this is the gardening section. No wonder there's no selection. Let's see. Vidalia? Might be just about right, actually. Okay, okay. We'll take the one larger one that's actually in bloom. And squish it in here. And then we'll take the smaller ones. Like this. And this is the correct plant for the tapir's biome and region, so they're not going to be upset if the plants are poking into their enclosure. And there. Yeah, that fills in that corner real nice. I could probably do the same thing along here, just to cover up this lino grass. I think here needs a really big tree, but where's my Vidalia? Put this here. You know what, we'll put another one here. And remember to turn random rotation on. Put these along here. Of course, the main problem is that I'm going to forget to turn random rotation off again when I'm done. So okay, and these smaller ones. Right through here. Like that. Oh, I missed one. There should be another one of these little ones here. That looks so much better. I need a tree. I need a big tree. Not a palm tree. Brazil nut is... Yeah, I think we might be going a little too big with that. Like if I bring it down to... Yeah, that's a little... That's a little too big. Yeah. Tempting, but just way too much. Maybe a smaller one? Let's try and do this the more sane way, shall we? So that I can actually check my angles. Like if I do like this... I think I'm still outshining my other stuff. That's the problem. Like, it's taller than the bat cave. Yeah. I love those trees, but they are really difficult to use. Not a palm tree. A palm tree is incorrect for here. The kapok has a similar problem to the Brazil nut. It just dwarfs the other trees. And while I want something that is tall enough that people can walk under it on the bridge, I don't want something that feels like it's dwarfing the other stuff in the zoo, you know? What else have I got? I have the strangler figs, but I just don't know. I don't think the strangler fig is quite right here. Tamarin. No. I'm a bit limited in my choice of tree because it definitely will overhang the tapirs. Slink, hello! Going to kill my bats with Christmas lights? That's gonna be difficult seeing as they're not freaked out by the train. This is a really big tree. This is a tree that is as big as my bat cave. Why does South America have such big trees, man? Well, despite your nefarious designs upon my bats, I am happy to see you, Slink. Perhaps I'm gonna have to go with a few custard apple trees instead of an actual tree, since I don't have one of a decent size available to me. They're all either tiny trees or huge trees. Why are there no in-between trees? Median trees. Disappointment burns within me. Where are my... Okay. I think I need the next smaller one here. Yeah, like that. And then the even smaller one. We're gonna pretend that's not coming through the path. We're all going to pretend. Oh dear. That is more of a problem to me. Further away from the train. It doesn't matter that it pokes into the tapirs a little bit. But I don't want the people in the train being brushed by the branches. That still doesn't feel like... Why are you trying to see the tapirs from there? Honest to God. Okay, yeah, the train is passing through it. Back away from the train. I think that's enough clearance now. I do need to do something about this bridge. It needs to be... Well, it needs some safety standards is what it needs. Just out of curiosity, one moment here. If I allow you to have the railing on elevated... What does that look like? Spiky. That looks very spiky. But, you know, I think I will actually use that. Oh. I can't use that. I can't redo this. So they'd never match. Oh well. I thought I'd save myself some labor, but no. No, I'm locked into these stairs, and thus I must do something with them. But yeah, this thing needs railings. Oh, here comes the train again. I can check the clearance. Yeah, the plants are no longer brushing the train, but it went directly through my camera and now my eyes hurt. But yeah, definitely need to do something with this. Need to do something with this bridge as well. Even more of a safety concern is the people walking over the water without railings. So I think I'm going to put bridge cladding on my list. Times 2. I am probably not going to do those at the same time because I want the bridges to look different from each other. But definitely both bridges need to be done because this ain't right. This ain't right at all. But yeah, there needs to be a fence along the river, especially where the path is very close to the water. Oh hey, people are actually walking along here. It's a miracle. I didn't think that they would do that until I actually had animals in these pens. But yeah, look at that. They're actually using the patio. Well, I think that changes a few things on my priority list. The only problem is that the stuff up here is going to need their own set of staff rooms. Because they can't be served by these ones. And I haven't actually decided where to put the staff rooms yet. I know that there's some staff rooms up here. I know that the train station is over here somewhere. I know that this path crosses the train line again at some point. But these are all things that I haven't actually worked out yet. Generally speaking, I use the power to make my decisions, but this power station is covering this area really well. So I would be able to put in staff buildings probably possibly without a power station. Maybe? Well, I think it's the other food court, the one that goes here, the 2 bridges that don't have cladding yet, and this habitat here before I start working up here. I've got to have priorities or else I'm going to end up skipping all over the place and confusing myself terribly. Because the other option would be to work on this pen and these, because they're served by this staff area here, but I'm still working out exactly how I'm doing these. Like, the train tracks are very much in my way, so I don't really want to work in there until the next time I move the train tracks, which won't be until after I get some work done around in here. So yeah, let's stop looking at the blinding blue. Yeah, I think my priorities are to put in the 3rd food court, which is going to go over by this power station, to get this habitat built and the animals inside. I know it looks tiny, but the animal that I'm planning on putting in there should fit in perfectly. And then once I have that, I mean, there's the big project, which is this pen here. I'm still trying to decide how to do the paths on that though, so that's probably going to wait for a bit. So once I've built this pen habitat, I think it will be going up here and figuring out what all I'm doing up there. Because I'm really not sure what I'm doing up there. Also, it's bothering me that this custard tree is poking through the... Which tree are you? You're that one. Let's just scooch this tree down until it's not poking through the path anymore. Like that. I do like the custard apple for its space-filling properties without being too huge and tall, but man is it fluffy. So yeah, I'm not sure whether I'm going to work on the habitat next or whether I'm going to work on the other food court next. But I think it's a good idea to probably work on the habitat. I mean, it is a zoo. Getting more animals into the zoo is the correct thing to do, right? And I think I might turn this into a rest area, just a place with benches and that looks nice. It's going to be a little tricky because it's so tiny, but I think if I put down like a spot or two and then connect it in here, that should be enough. I could possibly patio it out over the river just a little bit. I'm gonna have to think about that. So I'm feeling pretty good about my progress in the zoo tonight, having gotten the tapirs in and built an entire food court without having to be like, oh my god, it's 4 a.m. why am I still working on this zoo? And I have a plan for going forward. This is going to be a very square habitat now that I think about it. I have made a very square line here. But that'll be fine. That'll be fine. So there is another very tiny nocturnal animal going into this space, and that's probably what I'm going to work on next time I stream Planet Zoo. So I do like to save on a different view than whatever I ended my previous stream on. Basically on a different view than what I started on. So, what is a good view? Probably this. Probably this. Looking right at the habitat that I'm going to be working on next stream. So that's the best way to do it. Alright, I'm going to pause. I'm going to save all of my glorious work. And this is where I'm going to be calling it a night. And good night to you too, Green. I am actually ending closer to on time than I have the last 4 times I've streamed this game, so yay! But you know, if you want to see those super long, super strong streams that I did, good news, they're archived on my YouTube channel, which I have just linked to in the chat. There's a playlist there for Planet Zoo. It has all of my previous streams of this glorious nocturnal zoo of mine, starting in spooky season in October and moving forward into, I refuse to acknowledge that it isn't spooky season anymore, now in December. And, you know, if you're interested in other games than Planet Zoo, well, good news. Anything that I've streamed twice or more has a playlist on my channel, so it makes it very easy to binge through other stuff until I return. And when will I return? Well, on Wednesday night at as close to 7 p.m. as we get enough people together to form a room, I will be playing either Among Us or Scribble It or 100% Orange Juice with my friends, depending on how many people show up. Among Us is the game that we play when we have the largest possible number of participants. I don't think that it needs any explanation or description beyond that point. 100% Orange Juice is the game that we play when we have the smallest number of participants because it's 4 players or less. It is Anime Mario Party where the cards hate everybody. Well, the cards changed. I've gone and dressed up my spiel. The dice hate everybody. The cards change the rules, and every character has a special power that makes the rules special just for them. And then, if we have too many people for 100% orange juice, but not enough for Among Us, that's when we play Scribble It, which is a Pictionary game where one person draws and everyone else guesses, and whoever has the largest number of points at the end of 3 rounds wins the game. Then, when my friends must abandon me because they have day jobs that require them to be up in the morning, which does kind of require sleeping at night for some reason, usually around 10:15 or 10:20 or so, I will be switching over to Power Wash Simulator because this upcoming Wednesday is the second Wednesday of the month, which is when I'm going to be playing Power Wash Simulator. I'm going to be continuing my way through the career path in that game, seeing just how many things I can get washed within a couple of hours. I really don't know how many. We'll all find out together. Then on Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Raji for Try Not to Die Thursday. It is a 1-week special of a game that is played with a controller because I don't play games with a controller very much, and it's, I can't do it week after week, but I can do a 1-week special. So I will be playing Raji, which is a gorgeous action combat game that is somewhat based on Hindu stories, legends. I'm still not sure of the right word to use for that, but for the most part I will be playing as a teenage girl who is on a quest to save her brother from the demons who have kidnapped him. And that's cross-cultural, really. So I will be saddling up my spear and heading out to make some more of the demons absolutely fear the sound of my footsteps is the plan on Thursday. Then on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall be returning to Baldur's Gate 3, where there is an undead issue to be taken care of. I have a plan, I just have to see if I can carry it out. Hopefully I can. It's a very simple plan, so I have hope in my heart. We'll see. And then, next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo for Management Monday, and the Nocturne Zoo shall get another animal and another food court, and hopefully I will get cladding on at least one bridge as well. This is a much smaller enclosure than the tapirs, and a much more regular shape, so I should be able to get it together fairly quickly, right? Maybe? We'll see. We'll all see. I'm concerned, admittedly, but we'll find out. So, that is the upcoming week in my schedule, all the games that I plan to play and everything that I plan to do in them, and all my fears for my plans. But you know, whether or not my plans get crushed into a tiny ball by the actual game, or I carry them out as they went through, you know, I still have a lot of fun, and I've had so much fun tonight, and I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have, and I hope that you all have a great night. Good night!